Alright, guys, how's everyone doing today? I need to get some divs up. Yes. So, the calc that I've been working on, it works. I'm happy with it. More data I get, the better it's going to be at the moment. But for now, I'm fairly happy with it, and it works, and there's not much more editing that needs to be made on it here. Here, I'll show you guys it here. Alright, make sure my mic's working, the audio's working. Gidgy, why are you in the window? Alright, so let me show you guys this here. Alright, so basically, the way this works is it tells you, say you do 10 all plus 7 maps, you want a mirror, and I gotta change the account to the other Google account here. So basically, you say you want a mirror, you're planning on doing 10 all plus 7 maps, and you're running JADO. It calculates for the lucky weighting. And then it tells you your chance of finding a mirror every map, and then your chance of finding a mirror across the entire map spread. It's almost dead accurate to what the game stats would actually be here. And then this is the normal logging sheet. I did updates to this too. This actually, that actually...
Another step on the road less traveled.
Watch this. It autofills now. Or at least it's supposed to if it's working. Where's the autofill? Really? I think this is autofilled from the testing here. Oh, there's two different things that start with greater OGs. Okay, that's why. It's actually working how I made it to. So, basically... Now it's supposed to work? Okay, that's just completely busted. I guess I'm not logging anything today. Anyways, I can get re-rolled. Because I don't want to make them wait while I'm trying to log out data here. If I'm in a group, I'm not going to do that to people. That gets re-rolled. Not that I need much more data, honestly. I hate this map, man. 3 greater exalts, that can stay. Reroll that. That's you. That can stay. Agony, that can go, though. You know, that's one thing that would be interesting to actually test, is if party size has an effect. Because, like, a lot of those just went all plus 7, but god, that would be someone, like, would have to have some serious commitment. Like, because we would have to just go open a bunch of maps, close a bunch of maps, open a bunch of maps, close a bunch of maps, basically. And then just to test for party size testing. Because, like, there's enough data now to back everything that I could actually do that. Really? Bro, I don't need that. Go away. That'll probably get banned here in a minute. Gonna rain divs. Yeah, hopefully. Alright. Yeah, I am like broke again. I have like nothing. Bro, I know the odds of finding a mirror, and I'm not holding my breath. Because assuming the odds for finding a mirror are the same from GE or the same global odds, it's like 0.0014%. At this point. Like, I've already figured out the occurrence rate for mirrors. It ain't good. It's weird that the autofill script doesn't work on the copy. It's like not copying over that script. I gotta double check that it's actually functioning. I'll have to dip back there, didn't I? Nullman Orb. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so another thing I don't have a ton of data on right now is also tier 15s. I think, I don't know if it affects the tier 15 affects the weighting curve, or if tier 15 affects the, is like basically just filtering out some of the lower end recipes. I would just need to run a bunch of tier 15s and test that there's not extra family groups or something like that on each and then that'll like answer the question really quickly. There's different kinds of groupings that I don't normally see, then, you know, there's the answer. I am on Jado, right? Not a good time to check. Oh god, these guys make my PC lag. Someone was saying that charges doesn't work on this, so I'm just gonna change that. Granted, heightened charges isn't as good as that anyways.
Go on. This is all we have. Gold is useless to me. Go.
Okay, give me 1 second here to see if, like, I'm trying to see if I can fix the autofill script so I can actually get data today, too, while we're doing this. Guys. Make sure it's actually loaded is the bigger thing here. Okay, so this should be clear, no autofilling. So, okay, so I need to go to here. That's fine. Okay. How are you linking Adonius to your quarterstaff build? I mean, I almost never use Adonius. But like, you can, it's on here, but like, you can, the way you do it is fairly easy. You basically just, like, have it on the bar with a socketable item in it that is also on your main weapon that's limit to 1, and it disables it, and it still lets you use the Adonias perk. Granted, like, is it needed for the DPS? Nah, it's not really, it doesn't really do much for me.
Of course.
Okay, so the autofill script is loaded. I don't know why it's not working. Alright, let me just try it this way. Div. Okay, and the non... Okay. Weird.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Prismatic. Right, so, what's down here? Mystic. Sack walls. Bond. Perfect trans, opulent. Okay, so depending on how many bombs I have, I would like to go down, grab that opulent, then come back up. Grab both of those. Grab that opulent here. Okay, grab this. And I need to go make sure there's nothing good over here. That's not great. Not great. Alright, I'm leaving like 3 remnants. That's just the downside of this map in general. But I did actually get the calculator functioning and working though. I could basically predict the odds of basically any item that you would want to find inside a Grand Expedition now because I have enough data on it. And basically, the more data that I could get, the better. That I basically just, it's done after that. Well, I mean, it's already basically done. I think the main public one I need to update for the lucky waiting. But other than that, it's done. Eventually, once I get more data, I'd love to, like, include, like, the spawn rates of every, like, Alder Saga affix and stuff like that. You know? But that's just, like, a ton of extra, like, logging that I would have to do. Because then at that point, I could tell you, like, oh, how often are you gonna find, like, dude, where is the mob for this? Did I completely go the wrong way here? Yeah, I did. Okay. Duh. Yeah, but as far as the Adonias goes, man, I think I only ever use it in 6-mans, and then it's basically the same thing for my, I am not on Jado. My bad, guys. Still had to set the Dory for some reason. Yeah, so the problem with the mirror recipe, so the way the game seems to be working, is it rolls, when you load into a map, it rolls the socket depth. What the socket depth means is it rolls how many sockets every remnant has, right? That socket depth then acts as like a filter, because like everything is linked into like recipe groupings and families. So, for every recipe, for every time you go up to a socket depth, it eliminates the possibility to roll like a set group of the recipe groups. So like as soon as you go up to, say like you have an all+7 map, right? You've then just eliminated 130-ish of the possible recipe groups out of 190. So like all+7 is actually huge, and then another thing, like all+6 is big. All+5 doesn't actually eliminate a ton of the groups. It's only eliminating like 5 or like 30. It's not like anything huge compared to like all+7 or all+6. And I have like charts and graphs for everything too at this point. For like to go over the weight. There's also weighting on the way the sockets are rolled. So it's slightly weighted towards the 4 and 3 sockets. Well, I would say it's weighted towards 4 and then like goes from there, which is why it was looking like in earlier data sets that Waystone% and map mods were making a huge difference, because at like 500 data points for like each one of those tests, it wasn't enough to remove the weight system and the luck from it. So like now that I'm like well over that, it's actually, I do have enough data to remove those as variables now. I don't think I have more tablets, do I? Have to go buy some. If I have enough money.
I will make use of this.
What is going on? You see tablets. Granted, would I still run the exact same tablets I've been using? Yeah, probably. I would still say I would use like the effectiveness 2 random map mods, like with extra spirit setup, because like that just seems to be the most effective at, like, just general.
She's obsessed with your stream.
Oh my god, is that what she's doing?
Yes. She was chasing you all around the house.
What am I doing here? Oh, I needed 60 alchemy and then wisdom scrolls to set up the Barren Atoll map. Alright, oh shit. Oops. I grabbed everything but the thing to re-roll the remnants. Here. Oh, I guess those aren't mine.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay. LJO. Okay, so why is this not auto-filling here? Yeah, I have Jado this time. Okay, it's just not working. Okay. Which is weird, because when I tested it on the main sheet, it worked. What's up, cards? Reroll this. That's shit. This one actually... Yeah, Soul is not great. This map is gonna be mid no matter what I do. I'm thinking. Okay, now I just gotta build out the strong boxes and we're good. Thanks for the follow, Chris. Or sub. You'll be off it. No, I'm back on then. Alright, man. Okay, what do we got here? This map is going to be mid, and most of it is going to come. Most of the loot in here is going to end up coming out of the strong boxes. It's only a 1x7. Alright. So I need to figure out why the autofill script for the data logging sheet isn't working when I copy the sheet at the moment. To like so I'm not using the master sheet that's is there for everyone to use if they want it, because that is preventing me from being able to actually do what I need to do. Because, like, oh, I can still, like, with the autofill script, I was thinking, oh, I can still, like, collect all the data that I would need and just, like, type in the first line. It wouldn't even take me that long, right? Just to set up remnants and everything, but nah. It'd take me, like, an extra 5 seconds per remnant on the setup. How many people I got with me? 4 at the moment.
Go on. As expected.
That was not a good map, by the way.
Another step.
Greater Chaos. We're gonna go with this for that.
Road less traveled.
Yo, thanks for the follow, Korea. Honestly, today I just need to get some divs back up from doing all the testing. I finally got the calculator working to a point where I'm like happy with it. Time. But like it cost me almost like 1,000 divs to do it. You know, you say that, but unfortunately, I know the odds of hitting a jackpot. I don't know, like a mirror or something is the problem. We're done. I mean, I can pull it up on the screen if you want to see what the odds of fighting a lock are on like a map like this. The public version of it needs a couple updates that I was like tweaking on like a copy version of it on. So, let me just put it this way. If you did nothing but all +7 maps, right? It would take about, and say you had an average remnant count of like 11 remnants per map. To find a mirror, it would probably take you 30 all +7 maps to have like just a decent chance of seeing it. And the spawn rate of an all +7 map is 5% per Alder Saga, so you can do the math of that. You think they shadow patch Alder Saga? See, it goes in spurts. I'll get like a bunch of all +7s, and then it'll go like I'll get like entire like and then I'll go like 4 or 5 sagas and not see them, and then like I'll see like one saga where it gives me like 3 for me. But I'm not really confident in predicting the spawn rate occurrence of any of the things yet, honestly. Like, to be able to predict Alder Saga affixes, I would want at least like 300 Alder Sagas, like, in the logging. That way, like, you can actually have like a good read, because it's just judging it off of like 20 or 30 is not a good idea. I mean, I probably could use the original loot testing to then estimate, because that's all logging the Alder Saga fixes. I could probably use that to get combined with the current new data sheets to then estimate the spawn rates of the Alder Sagas affixes. Because there's probably like 120, 100, and 200 maps in there worth of like loot testing data. Because eventually what I would like to do on the calculator, I'd like to have like an area where you like input your average div per map, right? Like how much you're spending on your map, and then like your average div per tablet set for like 10 maps, and then it tells you, and then like the cost of the Alder Sagas, and then it'll tell you how much like divs and stuff you need to find a, to get all your boons or something like that, right? I've seen it a couple times, but it's not common. So I was planning on still like gathering up some like data today. Like I have this, I made this like autofill script for it so that I only have to type in the first line, and then I actually got the script copied over onto like so I'm not using the master sheet, and the script doesn't work. I'm like, dang it, man. Hi, Gidgey. No, no, you're not allowed on the desk, Gidgey. Be good.
A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go.
Another
Someone
step
is in here before me.
less traveled.
I don't own any of those, so y'all, someone else has to set them up. Yeah, just leave the high socket ones. Just this one probably can go. This one. Man, these 1x7 maps suck. You know, another thing that I found through that there's actually a weighting system on the way the sockets are rolled, right? So basically, the 4 socket has the highest weight, and then it basically just goes down from there. You know, Swamp's good, but if effectiveness is working, Forest or something that just lets you Giga Juice effectiveness. I mean, the stuff that gives like quantity of items dropped by monsters, I don't think functions because it specifically states dropped by monsters. But like the actual effectiveness stat itself works. Because I tested that with XP. So, like, the XP gains you get from effectiveness are functioning, so that would mean the whole stat is probably likely functioning. Well, Desert is... The problem with Desert is it's quantity of items dropped. You can actually check the... I think the Forest one gives you raw effectiveness. More so than that. It's a... So Desert is kind of like... It's this quantity of items dropped by monsters. So with by monsters, it's kind of weird. Or I don't think anything that's like as dropped by monsters actually works. I think it has to be the raw effectiveness stat. Same thing with anything that increases the pack size, like rare monsters. Hers doesn't seem to change anything. Monster rarity, you get like 50% monster rarity per remnant you blow up, right? So like if you're monster rarity, like that makes sense that doesn't do anything. Same thing with item rarity. If the game sees those runic mods as like monster modifiers at all, then like you're just giga oversaturating your item rarity at that point from those, because like that's 300% item rarity per, right? So like then at that point, effectiveness is the only thing that does anything, you know? Alright, I need to go buy tablets here. Radiated. Okay, so what if I go like 12%? Let's not do that yet. That cuts it down a lot. Because I know the number to number spirits works, or the number spirit thing works. I know the,
Good.
okay. Give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah. So does Desert gives 15% raw effectiveness. There's a couple of them that give like a good amount of raw effectiveness. So I came here to buy a tablet. No, I already bought it. I'm like brain dead apparently right now. Yeah, so you could run Desert. You could run there's a few that you could get away with here. It just depends here. Let me look. So knowing what we know now, that effectiveness works. You could run, okay, so that's 15% increased rare monsters. That doesn't work. Yeah, probably Desert then still. Effectiveness. Yeah, Desert or Swamp. I mean, Swamp is still good too, though. Don't get me wrong on saying like, oh, don't use Swamp. I still think Swamp is good. You know. But I would definitely stack everything you can in your Atlas into effectiveness over pack size. Because, like, magic packs don't do shit. Oh, I was on Mountain because I was doing testing, too, so that doesn't help anything either. I guess it really depends on how much effectiveness and stuff is in your is like already on your stuff, right? Like if you already have so much that that little bit from desert isn't gonna help you much,
Step on the
then okay, what's up here? Anything worth my time? That's either Alder Saga or... Nah. That's, I mean... It's still a 7 socket, so I need to go up and get it at least. Alright, what do we got? Greater Chaos, that can go there. Opulent, that stays. Even if it's just on the last one there, that stays. We'll leave the 5 random. Man. Opulent for the entire chain, or locking Opulent out of the entire chain is the option right there. Think we go Opulent for the entire chain. Yeah, and I agree at this point. The desert's probably the way to go. Outside of swamp, like, it depends on, like, what you're doing, right? Like, desert's gonna be good no matter what, especially if you're after XP, but, like, swamp's also gonna be good. And then the +2 random map mods is good, too, still. Because that gives everything. So, like, that just gives a little bit of a, like, stat distribution to every stat that you would want. Even the ones that are getting oversaturated, so you don't need to, like, put anything into those. And the XP when I'm with you guys is actually really good, usually. Profish, how do you keep dying, man? Don't do that. The legacy? It's Wanderlust, Mohia. Basically, it just makes me immune to, like, anything that chills. Any, like, slows or anything like that, because, like, you get some pretty nasty slows here in Grand Expedition. So it just makes me immune to those. Well, I can show you here in a second, no worries. Not while I'm in the middle of a fight, but I can show it to you. See, Wanderlust, Legacy of Wanderlust here. I mean, for like a 1x7 map, that wasn't terrible.
As expected. Go.
Okay, so actually I can go there. I have an all plus 5. Even though it's Bleach, it's still an all plus 5.
Can I help? I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Another step on the road less traveled.
There's Opulent on the first one. That's useful. Okay. That's mid. Reroll it. Wisdom. Reroll it. That's good. See, the stupid thing is, this right here, this is the same seed family that the boons have. So basically, this could have been a boon if it hit the freaking 10 socket roll on the beginning of the map. Big debate right there. Alright, so yeah, we're clearly going this way. This is the best. Like, over here is the best. If there's nothing, like, down there, up top, that's good. It doesn't look like anything up here is good, so we're going this way. Actually, shit. There's 20 bombs. There's no reason to not grab everything at that point. Okay, we don't want to risk that, but we'll grab this one. I'll grab that one. Then we grab the opulent. Go down here. You know what I saw the other day? As I saw a map that says this area contains at least one remnant with a power rune. I've never seen one before, and I've never seen one since. Yeah, same. That's what I saw. That's where mine was, too. It was like on a Grand Expedition as a modifier. I mean, I still have a ton of bombs left. Do I just go randomly grab currency chests? Here. Okay, we grabbed basically every remnant and every currency chest, except for the one that locked in wisdom here. Goes this way. Okay. Oh shit. making 5 million XP an hour right now, and it basically feels like I'm doing nothing. Here. As far as leveling goes. Ooh. But yeah, I'm hoping to get like the new update video on all the Grand Expedition stuff and like everything that I figured out. I'm hoping to have like I have it all scripted, but the problem is the script is like 3 pages long. And like, I don't know if people will watch that if it's that long. But there is a ton of information to go over on, you know. I think the rest of this is just currency chests. Alright, there we go, we're done. I do appreciate you guys just like feeding me all the loot, by the way. Because like most of the almost everything I get goes into like testing random things. I wanna do ritual next, but like I have to build another logging sheet for that. Tiv's lock and mirror. That's funny. Yeah, like that's a so like I don't know what causes that to spawn. I've never seen it before. Korea, but like it did. It was like interesting when I saw it. Okay, that hit 7. This is a 3. Okay, let's see what's over here. How many bombs is there? 15? Okay. Let's see. Can I do a path that takes me all the way around and then back down to grab that? Because, like, going that way would leave me... Because, like, if I could get as many remnants as possible for that big one, that would be better. Obviously. Alright, let's try and path that. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? This is divs, more than likely. Oh, no, that's surprising. Thought that... Okay, what's this one? Rare unique item. And that's... That's shit, okay. Reroll this. Okay, so maybe it isn't worth coming down here. Oh, that shit just re-rolled to weird. Are you just like dropping a mirror on the ground? Like, if you don't want it, man, I'll take it. Shit. Then I won't have to worry about money for doing any testing or anything for, like, ever. Dink. Alright, there we go. Not the best map, but not the worst map. Yeah, like one mirror that I would love to go test. Like I could then build a sheet for ritual and actually go test that. Because like I think it's gonna be the same thing. Like if I was to go actually test ritual, it'll be the same thing. Like it's gonna look like waystone percent and map modifiers are increasing the loot from it. But there's like some sort of probably background weighting curve that doesn't show up until you get like 5,000 sample size. Is to where it's like actually, oh, this is what's actually going on, and it looks like the map mods and waystone percent is increasing the loot when it's actually just this natural weighting curve that basically is almost impossible to see until you hit like a stupid amount of samples. They can make it look like you're having like that stuff. Drop. Yeah, honestly, I don't think my build is worth that much either. I think my whole build's maybe worth like 5 div. Here. Not 5 div, like, maybe like a... I mean, I might have a mirror in it at this point. I think there's probably about a mirror. If we include, like, all the gyms, the staffs, and everything like that, like, like, I don't have voices or anything like that. I have an L +6 Baron here. Where did these come from? Okay.
Go on.
Okay, I need 2 of those. The rest of this shit is crap.
Gold is useless to me. Take it. Go.
I mean, you're good, man. I have like 900 Verisum. You're good. I don't have to worry. Don't worry about that. Korea. Yeah, plus it's only like 1 div for 30 Verisum right now, man. That's like enough for 10 maps. Like, the Verisum's not the biggest issue here. It's the, Oh, yeah, I mean, there's only like a couple divs, though, at the same time, you know? Like, I'm not worried about that.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Give me like, give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, we're good. Let's see where we're going here. This is Alder Saga. There's so many strong boxes here, oh my god. Not a lot of remnants, but like it makes up for it with like the massive amount of strong boxes. What build am I running on? Kind of my own Falling Thunder setup here. And if nothing else, oh, and we have big bombs. Big bombs is good. I mean, if I'm gonna have to use 2 anyways, then like I might as well just grab like. I might need, like, double the amount of, exalts and stuff that I brought. Okay, what was over here? And over here. I don't think anything on here was high socket, was it? Oh, there's 1. Okay, so maybe I should try to get to that. If not... Yeah, I can't get to that. That's fine. Okay, juice up the boxes, because there's 100 of them, it feels like here. Cold Spear on Hunters. A base and Ancestral Tiara 2 sockets. Oh my god. Well, there's enough boxes here, oh my god. I don't think I brought enough exalts, I'm gonna be honest. For everything. Even though I brought 60, I don't think it's gonna be enough. Alright, I guess we're good to go. We can start. What the fuck is this map even? This is, Baron. With, like, only a handful of remnants, but, like, 500 boxes. I mean, it gives an Alder Saga, so I mean, I can't complain about that. Not that I know of. I play controller, and I have to switch to keyboard and mouse to juice up the boxes. If there is a way to do it on controller, I haven't been able to figure it out. Because none of the stuff that you would expect to be able to do it with a controller actually works. So I'm not sure if it's a bug or what's going on, but yeah, not that I know of on console. Unless the console lets you plug in a keyboard and mouse and use that for playing the game with. Yeah, that just sucks then. Yeah, so unfortunately I didn't know. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that I wish they would fix for controller, even on keyboard and mouse. Like, I would love to be able to just, swap between controller and keyboard and mouse for, basic inventory management functions, you know? Because, I like the way the game plays on controller, and, I have to make that trade-off for, oh, I just have to be, slower on inventory management and everything like that, because, I want to play the game, I want to do the actual gameplay with controller, you know? Versus using keyboard and mouse, which, is fine, but, there's not a reason that it should be locking me out for, using my keyboard and mouse for just basic, inventory management and stuff like that, you know? I don't even know why that lockout exists. It's kind of silly. Everything else about the game, though, on controller plays amazing. Other than trying to do, basic, inventory management, it takes, 5 times longer than it should.
What is it? I will make use of this. Speak.
Was that my phone? Where is it? I think it's on the bed somewhere.
Go.
Oh, that was your phone. Okay. That's 3 div.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Man. So that basically holds the same exact family as the freaking boons. So, like, the way that the data points that I have towards it actually working is that 3 div basically could have just been a boon if it hit a higher socket roll. Alright, we re-roll that because it doesn't have anything. That's a power locked in. So that's actually good. We got time and power here. Okay. One thing that would be interesting to test if this party size has an effect on, like, anything here. Okay, up here, is there anything worth grabbing? I think that's just like one Greater Jewelers. Yeah, we're not going to go up there. We're just going to go this way, I think. Wait, what's down here? We grabbed that one. We want that. That's opulent. Okay, so we need all of those. Yeah, that's that's knowledge that you probably didn't want to know, right? That, like, each one of those things is in the exact same family as the boon. So the way that it looks from the, like, all the data that it looks like it works is it's like, so every recipe is not rolled individually, right? Every recipe belongs to a group. There's about 190 groups, right? So the game rolls for the socket size, and then it selects, and then that socket size then filters out recipe groups. Like, if it's a 5 socket, there's like, it filters out like X amount of the groups. If it's a 7 socket, it filters out like 130 of the groups, right? And then from the remaining groups that is left, that's how it should, then it rolls for seed runes for between the eligible remaining groups, right? So, like, the mirror recipe has to first hit the 9 socket roll, then it has to lock in a 4 socket seed combo that's unique specifically to the mirror, which puts it at like a insane amount of like odds to get, right? It makes it extremely rare. And same thing with the lock. The lock is not much more, as far as the lock and the mirror, they're almost equal on rarity because of the seed combo that they need. It's actually a lot simpler. There's a weighting for the sockets, like it's weighted a little bit towards 5 socket or 4 sockets. The reason I know this is because, like, after 5,000 rolls on tracking it, it should, if it was like an equal weighting, the average socket roll should be 5, right? It's 4.5. That tells us it's a little bit weighted towards the 3 and the 4 sockets, but not by much. And then that weighting curve just carries on through the rest of the chain. That's why, like, I gotta make a whole long form on it. There's a lot of info that I need to go over, so I'm not quite sure. I would like to keep it in like that 5 to 7 minute range, but it's probably gonna be longer than that. So, like, slot 1 through 4 are the seed positions for the most part. And even for, like, the 3-socket, there's only a handful of 3-socket, like, groups. Honestly, there's, like, 8 of them in total. Time to take 2 weeks off, 12/26. Nice. Did we get any more info on the new league? I haven't watched anything yet. Man, I've been doing this for an hour and a half and I've gotten a whopping 1% XP. Stacking effectiveness. Nice. Okay, so I guess I'm playing Duelist on the next, when the game launches then, because that'll be the new class. I like playing the new classes when everything launches. Anything on the new mini season? Like, do we have more details on that yet? The more I think about it, the more I think I would actually be okay with it if they just ended this league and restarted it, right? On the same with, like, with 5.5. Like, instead of just doing a mini season, I would be alright with that. Because it would get, like, the viewership and everything back up on the game. Because, like, right now, like, we're in the middle of the season. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just now starting the season, too. But, like, still. And, like, I don't know. I don't think the economy is too bad right now. Like, the inflation's not very bad. Really, it's not. Like, 300 exalts to a div is not, like, anything terrible, you know? Yeah, exactly. So, like, the economy is not in a bad spot overall here. Game? Okay, you just randomly decide you're gonna crash. Thank you. I should stream the reaction to the trailer. I could do that on, like, a long form or something, probably, like a short, maybe. Yeah, honestly, the div drop rate did make a huge difference, overall. Changing that, I think it stabilized the economy a lot better than we're used to seeing.
Quickly. Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Especially this late in a league, like, it's not bad. It's much better than last season, for sure.
Of course.
Yeah, that was 34 div. Oh, there's an all plus 7. Now I'm kind of wishing the autofill was working on the logging sheet, so I can actually, you know, like be logging everything in case I find a boon. To have that show up on the data. Oh my god. Give me 1 second here. For some reason, I want to actually see if I can get the logging sheet working before we start this. Alright, here we go.
Another step.
No, the calculator. Who hasn't seen this yet? Actually, I'm just gonna wait. It's not working. The autofill isn't. Out of bombs. Nearly out of bombs. Okay. Div. You're chasing a mirror drop during the Spirit Strongbox meta? Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard that it's like really rippy. It's like significantly harder than even like Mega Juice Grand Expedition. Yeah, my eventual goal though with the calculator is I'd love to get it to where like I have enough like Older Saga data that I can like completely predict the spawn rates of every single Older Saga type map, and then like use that as the calculations. Like you can say like, oh, this is how much it's gonna cost you to do everything. Was that a Mage Blood? Or is that a shitty cat? Costal, are you in here? I mean, I don't care. You guys are giving me all the loot. It doesn't really matter if it was or not. You know, one thing that would be interesting to know is if... Oh, it is a Mage Blood. Oh, nice. That pays for a lot more testing. Map is done. Thought I had a headhunter in here somewhere too. Either way, I have to do path maps. I have to do 4 of them total here to get to everything. So we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
I am conversation. Goodbye.
You know, that is an insane amount of effective HP. 998,000? I'm sitting over here with like 300k thinking I'm doing good. Yeah, he's over here with like 998,000, almost a million effective HP. Like, jeez. Okay, I think I figured out why the logging script wasn't working. The script wasn't auto-installing? For the autofill? I think I went the wrong way. I think it's down at the bottom here. I wish I had like 300% move speed. That would be nice. Well, now that I got that mage blood, I could, like, that basically pays for a bunch more testing, so, yay.
I am not here for your entertainment.
Okay, before I open that, I need to make sure that I have everything I need. As in, wisdom scrolls and a massive amount of exalts. And just, we'll top this off. And then I need to buy wisdom scrolls, because I only have a few left after the last few Baron maps.
Another step on the road less traveled.
I mean, if anyone in chat wants to join, you guys can. I don't care. Man, Lucky is always so, like, mid. Like, it's not terrible, but it isn't good at the same time, you know? Alright, so... Even for a kind of a mid-map, it still wasn't terrible. I mean, it was pretty bad, but, like, it wasn't terrible. I mean, it was still, like... No, I think I spent more building it than I actually got. It was pretty terrible. Never mind. I'm like, oh, that wasn't too bad. It is like, oh, I spent more time building it than I actually got from it, probably. Yeah, if you want to join, just drop me your name in game, I'll grab you. Put your name in chat here and I'll grab it. I think I have to do a couple maps pathing to somewhere though. Oh, so still nothing for something fishy, nothing to drink. Fallen Stars. Yeah, that's a moor. We're doing that on another saga no matter what, because that basically pays for itself. Okay, we gotta run this map. Oh yeah, your Axis. Okay, man, I am so sorry. I am really bad with people's names. Yeah, I know. I have to do a path map to get to it either way here. Basin.
Another step on the road less traveled.
See, this one has like the adaptive seed in the first column, and that's the only thing that's got a seed. So adaptive basically seeds this entire set, and then rolls it for the rune depth. Is how it works. That's how everything works now. I think the auto logger is working now, too. I think I found the problem on it. Bond. Death is better than time. Oh, for an all plus 5 map, this thing has a lot of stuff on it. Yo, actually, I don't have this one. Can you, like, this is the one of the few ones that I don't actually have logged. Well, I'll just post that in the Discord here, just in case. Just for, so it's there for later. Alright, here we go. So yeah, for the new, I've been trying to put like an autofill script onto the the logging tool that I built right now. And what that autofill script is supposed to do is it's supposed to let me type in like the first family name on a recipe. And it basically just then autofills it for the rest of it, but it was broken on it. Like anytime I would copy the main sheet, it was just not functioning, and I think I figured out the problem, so now I can actually start doing data again while I'm doing farming. Without it taking like an hour per map. It basically is I type in like 3 letters per remnant and we're done. Since I need tier 15 data now. I don't have any data on tier 15 or like, I also probably should do some tier 14 data. Because I need to figure out if the function of area level is a filter or if it's a weight. Or if it actually changes the socket weighting. If that makes sense. Like, tier 16 pushes the socket weights to like a 4.5, like, to 4. If tier 15's the socket, is it, like, the back end weighting is pushed to 3 type thing. That would, be good to know. It also will change the way that everything is being calculated. Thankfully, with everything we've, all the divs I found today, though, and that Mage Blood, though, I think I'm good for a bit again. Hello? Remembrance in a certain order. The only real order you need to worry about, Denzel, is, if you're locking in a wisdom rune, make sure there's no opulent runes further down your chain, because it will bug out. But as far as like any other order, it doesn't really make a difference how you do it. It's just that one specific thing with the wisdom rune. Because the opulent, for some reason, overwrites wisdom, and wisdom also can overwrite opulent depending on which one you take first. But past that, it doesn't really matter. As long as you like know which ones to focus for, like that just rerolled to a wisdom. I don't want that now. That's now a wisdom. Don't want that. Okay, that's not terrible. Right there. Div. Man, if that would have hit the 10 socket roll, that would have been nice. Okay, most of the remnants on that side of the map are actually, like, not good. How many bombs are here? Okay, so... Where's the guaranteed 7? I didn't even see it. That's a div. Okay. 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 I found it. Alright. Yeah, I have one. It's in my inventory, but I've not used it yet. I've been, like, so focused on trying to, like, get, like, everything Grand Expedition tested that, like, there's a bunch of stuff that I just haven't done yet, even though I have, like, everything to do it. Here. Mana Rune's one of those things. I did not juice these boxes at all, did I? I just hit go. My bad. Here, I'll show you what I've been working on here in a second after this map. TLDR, I know the mirror drop chance. Or within like 5% of its actual drop chance. Now. New trailer for 1.8. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I've been like streaming. I'll check it after stream. Perfect exalt. Mid map. Oh well. What's my Waystone mods do I have on? It doesn't really matter. The only thing that really works in here is effectiveness. And so like past that, it doesn't like make too much of a difference. So I'm just running these right now. 7 mods. Because you're oversaturating your item rarity. Your monster rarity is like plus 50% every time you hit a remnant. So like you're oversaturating that too to a point where like having it on anywhere basically is useless. Item rarity is the same way. It's oversaturated. So like the only things that really do anything for you here is effectiveness for the most part. Okay, so back to what I was working on here. Since I already found that, I need to add that to the data, but let's see here. Where is that sheet? Okay, so this is what I've been working on, right? You say you like you select your like. Let me check. I gotta change accounts here. This is not my. Okay, this one. Okay, so basically, you say you want a mirror, right? And and it's like an all plus 7 map, and it has like you can put in the average remnant count right here, and then it calculates the odds of finding a mirror within 10 all plus 7 maps, right? Based on everything. And the way I've done that is I custom built this sheet here. And what that sheet does is basically it lets me track basically everything. I can track how many mods are on my map, everything. I just set up the settings and it's good to go. Here. And I need to make a copy because it works now. Or at least it should. Okay. Alright. Here, I'll show you how it works. So, another thing I found out through all the testing here is that recipes don't roll individually. They all have their own groups, right? So say if I'm running this and then I just set this, right? And then I set it to Jado. It's, you go over here, you set your Atlas Master setups and it tracks everything. So basically you say I find 10 div, right? Come on, work. Autofill. There it goes. See? Then it basically will autofill the rest of the recipes. There. So I just type in the first line of whatever I find, and it basically just goes from, it just autofills from there. But I need to make the autofill search faster somehow, but I think I'm limited by Google's API here. And if there's like, say there's more than one recipe grouping that has the same first line recipe, then it'll autofill off the second line, and then just logs everything to the export sheet. And then I just basically use that to then figure out everything. But that, the sheet, I need to make it like a long form video on everything. The sheet, the autofill, the logging sheet, the data, everything. Yeah, so that's how I actually was able to figure out like the drop rate of the mirror, because then I was able to figure out how the remnants are actually being spawned and like how it's like rolling everything based on that. Okay, am I missing anything like an older saga or anything here that I'm not able to get to because there's not enough bombs? Okay, that's mid. Dude, you don't want to know the odds of getting a mirror in here. I assume the odds of getting a mirror in here are somewhat similar to the odds of getting a mirror on the other activities, and like the odds of getting a mirror in here is like, say you only ran all +7 maps, you'd have to do like 100 all +7 maps to get to a mirror to drop. And based on my current data, all +7 maps have a 5% occurrence rate per Elder Saga. Like, so like if it would take you, if on an average of 3 maps per, or sorry, on an average of 4 maps per Elder Saga, it would take you something like, let's see, you would need 30 or 40 all +5 at 5% occurrence rate, which would be, shit, almost over 100. And I'm just trying to do that in my head right now without using like a calculator, but it's like, if you did say 10 and it's a 5% occurrence rate, that's 40. So if you did 12 at 5%, that would be, you would get maybe 3 all +7 maps out of 12 Elder Sagas, and you would need 10 of them at least, no, 30 of them at least to see a mirror. So it would take, let's see, 3 times, shit, it would take you almost 120 Elder Sagas just to get enough all +7 maps to maybe see a mirror. That's assuming the all +7 drop chance is what I think it is, and it's not lower than what the data currently suggests. So 120 Elder Sagas to see a mirror. Man, that's insane. At 30 divs a piece, so that you're looking at almost a mirror worth of just the sagas, not even including the tablets or the maps. And that's using a conservative, like, mathematical model right there. That's like, actually, that's like being fairly conservative with it, too. The problem is, like, it has, so the way it works is it rolls the, how many sockets your remnants have, right? And then that socket count then acts as a filter. Each recipe group has a, each recipe belongs to a family. There's 190 something total families, right? So once you have all the family, each time you go up a socket, it eliminates the families. Like if it's a 7 socket, you're eliminating 130 of the possible families that can show up. If it's a 8 socket, even more. And then mirror only spawns on the 9 socket, right? But then on top of that, even when you do get a 9 socket, the mirror has 4 seeds that has to roll in the 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions, where most only rely on 1 to 2 seeds. But it has to roll in that exact order on the seed state, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the exact ones to hit a mirror. Yeah. I mean, you're going to make money off of GE either way, though. As long as you know how to set up the runes, you're usually going to be alright. I'm working on the script for, like, the long-form video of it. I'm trying to make it so it's not 3 pages long and it's actually interesting for people. It's a work in progress. I'm hoping to have that all put together by the, what the heck? By the end of the day. Like, sometime tonight, I'm hoping, after stream, I'm hoping to get it all put together and assembled. Like, as far as the video goes for it. $20.40 chaos there. That's not bad at all. Shit, I've made almost 100 div in chaos today. I don't know what the div to chaos exchange rate is at the moment. Alright. We do have room for people if people would like to join.
Of course.
10-1. Oh, we lost Costal too? Man, who all did we just leave? Oh, Costal got off for dinner. Okay, so I guess it's just me and Axis and Pro at the moment.
Yes. A useful trade. Go.
Costal is gone. You can finally sustain your life. That's funny.
What's new? All right. Your order is registered.
Oh shit, I'm out of tablets too.
Minkle, pull your weight, or we'll both leave for the guillotine.
You've got some goods in. I'll do you proud. Come check out what came in for you.
Okay. Do I have to do a pathing here or something? Man, when I'm not logging in data or something like that, man, we blow through maps so much faster than if I'm having to write down what's in every single individual remnant. Like, it goes from, like, taking, like, 20 minutes a map to, like, 5 minutes.
Feel the shock! Foul creature!
Okay, so now that the autofill thing is actually functioning properly, though, I might actually start trying to dig data to grab data again. Your patience and dedication is insane. No, I think you got it wrong. It's a puzzle my brain needs to solve, and the hyperfocus does not stop until it's solved. Oh, I didn't bring stuff to reroll.
Another step
Oops.
on the
I'll be right
road
back.
less
I gotta go grab stuff to reroll. Yeah, the full release. Yeah, me too, man.
Another step on the road
It'll be
less
good.
traveled.
I mean, that's one thing I will compared to like Diablo or something like that. They actually give a shit about the end game, and like the player base that enjoys the end game. Okay, this is a div. Ask me how I knew. That Betrayal of Alder one is actually interesting because Ire of Alder also has its own family that is like where it only rolls on its own. And then it also belongs like there's certain recipes that can belong to like 2 different sets here, especially at the 7th tier setups. Alder's Legacy also has two occurrence rate groups, which is unusual because like there's only a handful of them that do have 2 occurrence rate groups. I think Annulment Orbs has like a solo occurrence rate group. You're good, man. I'll wait. No worries. Alright, here we go. You're back. Let me know when you're in.
Darkness floods his direction. Go nothing worth having.
But think now, Actus, like, now that we have all the tools and stuff built to go gathering all the data, and I've, like, got, like, most of it completely automated to where, like, I don't have to type out the entire first line anymore. Even if they change it, it'll take me a day or so to rebuild the grouping database. And then maybe, like, another day after that to then rebuild the, rebuild enough data to basically make the calculator accurate again. And even if they change the recipe databases, I can like update that very quickly too. It's not a big deal for the most part. So basically, now that it's built, it's basically it just does it. It does all the work on its own now. God, you need to make the autofill script more efficient because it's very like slow and laggy at the moment. It should not take like 5 minutes for it to fill everything. It should be almost instantly doing it.
Yes. A useful trade. Indeed.
Give me 1 second here. Basin on all +7. Okay. I really don't want to do an all +7 yet. Because if I do an all +7, I'd really like to actually just log it. And I'm still, like, working in the background on the autofill script to make it faster because it's way too laggy. So I'm gonna do 2 more path maps. I should be good by then. To get to here. Yeah, another thing that I would love to redo and actually like and build like another custom like logging sheet for in testing is like ritual. Because it would be curious to know if the waystone percent that is showing out like so basically we didn't know that waystone percent in map mods, it didn't like all the data pointed to waystone percent in map mods actually like basically determining the socket count on your remnants. It looked like that in the data all the way up until I got it to like a 5,000 sample size on the sockets, and then that entire effect just started disappearing, and it became apparent that it was a weighting system, and it like 400 to 500 remnants. It was looking like it was making an effect because I was only doing like 200 remnants with each set. So just like enough luck and like sample size variance, it was making it look like the waystone percent and the map mods were doing something that they completely were not even doing. Because of the weighting. Now, how the weighting works going from tier 15 to 16, I don't know yet. It's something I'm working on. Not gonna lie, I'm surprised it even managed to hit me. By the way, does anyone want to join? We have tons of room right now.
Go on. A useful trade. Of course. Another step on the road less traveled.
Lucky isn't the best. But we do have an opulent rune off the rip, so I mean, there's that. Okay, so we have this one. Doesn't really matter at that point. Okay, what was up there? I didn't check. I know it was down below. But, like, is there anything good up here?
The spirit
Divs.
begins.
Chaos, okay. Well, the problem is, if I go down here, even if there is more remnants down here, I'm giving up a lot of remnants to get over there. It's 3, and I'm giving up a high socket remnant to do that as well. So... Not that the pack size function on that does anything for us, but hey, we might as well grab it. We're there. God, that leaves a lot of bombs. Whatever. It's like it's not enough bombs to be enough to get over to the other area, but it's too many. It's still too many bombs to be like, you know, it's just like it's there, but it isn't. Type thing.
Keep on him. Let's get a move on or else. Stay on it. We're losing it. Don't lose them now. Well, maybe next time. Hey. Sharp. That beast is don't let it escape. Come on now. Let's end this. Down. Don't let up. Come on now. Let's end this. Almost there. Don't give up now.
Yeah, you can join. Here. I didn't see it the first time you asked. My bad. Alright, that was shitty, but whatever. Let's try one of those monster drop item times maps. So 23 raw chaos is not bad. Nice! Okay, so I don't think it's that, like, someone was just commenting on one of the video. Was that, like, the locked-in seed is always the single, but, like, the single rune seed thing doesn't work. It would make the mirror, like, be weird. I really don't want to run an all +7 without the logger working. To where I can efficiently do it while I'm in a group and it's not like stalling everyone out here.
Useful indeed.
Did you need another invite access? You still in here, man? In the Atlas? Oh, I can see that. That and the weird black screen sometimes when I go to like go to a bookmark that's like really far away from where I'm at currently. That thing's annoying too. That's honestly really annoying. I need another random 215 here. Yeah, the 15 limit is a little rough. I will 100% agree with you on that, Barnaby. The limit of 15 bookmarks, I don't think it should be there. Honestly. But there's probably some server-side reason why it has to be 15, otherwise the game's gonna crash or something like that. But I would love it if it was like 25 to 30. Because, like, if I want to set up a giant area, I should be able to go set up a giant area, right? And then, like, bookmark every, like, time I drop an Alder Saga, because, like, I like, early in the season, like, I wouldn't be dropping Alder Sagas like I do right now, right? But, like, later, like, this late in the season, like, I don't give a crap about dropping Alder Sagas, like, wherever I want, you know? Yeah, exactly. Doubling it would be really nice.
Darkness descends, and with it your end.
Uh-oh, I lost someone. Okay, I lost 2 people. Who all did we lose here?
Welcome.
Like, Axis is AFK. Okay, I did not mean to kick Aeon. Oh, there it is.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Yeah, it's just me and you then here. That's a div. And the problem with this map is literally the bomb count every single time. Make sure the ones over here are not anything I care about. No, not really. Alright, here we go. Anyone else want to join me here? We got room. Alright, I guess it's just us. That's fine. Oh, what's your name in game? Just drop your in-game name in chat and I'll grab you on the next map here. Okay, I'll grab you just a second here. It's hard to like alt tab and not die at the same time. Alright, let's see. Is the XP good in here? I mean, I'm not really farming XP at the moment. I mean, it's Grand Expedition with, like, juiced out Alder Saga map, so, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, what is the XP an hour right now? 8 million? Rip. I was thinking, is that Mage Blood number 2 for today? Yeah. But I don't know, what is, like, considered good XP? Is it, like, because, like, I mean, for the most part, I think we're doing alright. Like, 8 million XP in an hour. Considering I'm not really even farming it for XP right now.
I will make use of
Trying to get divs back up for testing.
indeed.
Alright, let's see, what do we get? Yeah, XP is like the last thing I pay attention to generally. Thanks for the like. I do not know how to pronounce your name. What am I doing? I know where the boss is at here. What am I doing?
I am not here for your entertainment.
Bro, I get through like 3 times the amount of maps when I'm actually playing the game versus just logging everything.
Yes? I'll post it right away.
Granted, I am just still spam opening shit just for like... when I do start logging again, because, yeah. Grab that. Okay, this all goes in the bank. Oh, yeah, you can't go in before me, it'll bug it out. Sometimes.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, so that's rough. Man, that we don't have a locked-in opulent to overwrite that right at the start, so I gotta figure out how we can path to get that without screwing us. Okay, what are the 2 that are over here? Nothing huge. Okay, so it looks like the biggest thing on this map is that 7 socket, so I can just basically grab that last then. And since there's not a single opulent rune on this entire map, it's fine. Alright, here we go. Oh, we lost someone. Am I waiting for you? I can wait for you, don't mind. Oh, there you are. Alright, here we go. Well, I can't pick up that annulment orb. Someone else has to grab it. I didn't open it here? Okay, I'll get it 1 second. Where is it? Oh, yeah, the one at the very end. I got it. Alright, here we go. Grab that. I mean, if you weren't after loot, you could technically prioritize Wisdom Rune locks and go after XP that way. But, like, I need the loot to test. I mean, actually, I'm pretty okay right now on divs. I only have 60, but I have a Headhunter and a Mage Blood to sell at the moment, and a bunch of, like something like 700 Chaos. So, I'm not hurting anymore. Okay, how we go in here? Oh my god, the lag. Hey, don't hit that button. The Rogue Exile pin's also open.
Another wellspring.
Dang, I saw utility, but I was like, maybe? What's the best waystone mod for div farming in tier 16 or tier... It depends on what you're doing, man. If you're talking, like, just doing, like, Grand Expeditions, like, tier 16's better either way. Waystone percent,
Gold is useless.
stuff like that, honestly, just effectiveness and plus 2 random map mods.
Time is of the essence.
For tier 16? Why are you saying tier 15, tier 16's, tier 15's not better? Is this for smartphone use? What do you mean? Can you even play this on a smartphone? I don't think so. For mapping my opinions, more mods. I mean, if I'm saying something, it's not because it's opinion, it's because it's database, like, it's, like, actually, like, data-driven, and I've tested the shit out of it. Tier 16 changes the socket weight floor over tier 15, therefore better loot. Slightly. Oh, there should be two different format versions. There should be a landscape version too. For mapping? Oh, okay, for just, you know, I mean, even then, tier 16 is still better because of the area level.
Another
Depending on what you're trying to focus. Man, this map sucks. Like 4 remnants here? I mean, it's lucky, so it's shit no matter what, but like... Oh, what did that hit? 3 of no, 9. Personally, I would still run tier 16 over tier 15 though. Like if you have the option, and you're just buying your maps, you're gonna do better on 16s. I don't think I brought anything to build these strong boxes up with this time. I think I forgot. I mean, it's fine. I don't think you, realize, like, as soon as you start adding a ton of monster modifiers to something, how oversaturated, item rarity becomes very quickly. Like, even on this, like, you could get, like, 30,000% item rarity. It's not even hard. Here, I'll be right back. I'm not saying item rarity is bad to have. I'm just saying it's like, it does get to a point where you're oversaturating it to a point where it doesn't matter.
Another step on the road less traveled.
And that's just basic math, honestly. Yeah, but why would you run Dory over Jado for most things, unless you're specifically doing rituals? That 2% per map mod is I mean, I'm literally just saying, like, it's basic math. Like, you eventually hit a point where you're oversaturating your where the item rarity stat, because it's the relative gain versus how much you're adding is nothing. That's not an opinion. That's like basic, simple math. It's an average of 20%. It's not zero. It's not zero or nothing. It's a sliding average scale. Like basically, it's gonna also be an average of 20%. No, gear rare, map rarity. Anything that's in this column here is map rarity. Then it's multiplied by gear rarity. And that's been, like, confirmed by literally Jonathan. Jonathan is the one that has, like, basically confirmed that one. You're arguing math but with opinion. It doesn't work. Also, when I'm not disagreeing that item rarity isn't a bad stat to have. It's just it does get to a point where you're oversaturating it. And it does have diminishing returns at that as well. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying item rarity gets to the point that the relative gain that you're adding in from a map becomes almost not noticeable. If you're at 600% item rarity and you add 60%, what's the are you getting 60% more item rarity at that point if you're already at 600%? That's what I'm saying. The relative gain compared to where you're already at after a certain point with item rarity becomes almost nothing. Specifically, if you have mobs that have more than one monster modifier on them, because each mob that you have gives you a hundred. Each mob that you fight that has like 3 monster modifiers on them from your atlas is giving you 300% item rarity. So a rare mob with 2 monster mods on it is giving 600% rarity based off of what's on your atlas, which goes into the map pool. Then it's multiplied by your gear. So it gets to the point where you hit relative diminishing returns because of how much you already have. That's all I'm saying. And the difference between 600% and 660% is 10%. Here. Oh, the lag. That's great. That, and it's harder to oversaturate effectiveness than it is item rarity, and effectiveness is more is generally better than item rarity anyways. That's why I run like all +2 mods on my stuff here. Alright, I think I just have some all +7 maps to run now too. I think the logger works now. Let me double check everything here. Where's the main one? Because that's the one I was updating. Here, double check the main logger here. Okay. Let's see if this works. I should be able to type in 10 div and it should basically almost instantaneously fill it now. Better. I am using Jado. I'm using 3 tablet mods. Tier 16, 7 mod. Okay. That's all set up then.
Another step.
Alright, man. No worries.
Traveled.
Okay, just in case, because if I do find a boon, that would be the first one that I've seen here. So give me like 2 seconds to get this all set up here. I mean, it wouldn't be the first boon I've seen, period. It'll just be the first one that I've seen doing this testing using this logging setup. Actually, I'm not even gonna bother logging this. There's nothing here worth it. I don't have hundreds of freaking data points on. Man, I'm surprised there's no Elder Sagas in here. That's That's actually more surprising. Consider there should be like a 60% chance of seeing an Elder Saga in here.
What is buried will be revealed.
Like, yeah, so like, see, like, a monster like that on the Atlas passives, like, that thing probably just had, like, God, I don't even know how much item rarity, probably. 300 per one, each one of those mods on that rare. From the way the Atlas reads. That would be... So there was, like, 6 mods right there. That one's even more. Like, that's what I mean, like oversaturating the item rarity pool. Like, there's so much of it that, like, it doesn't make a difference. Especially on, like, really juice maps. Where it's much harder to oversaturate effectiveness. Because there's 3 nodes that basically all 3 state that, like, for every mod that monster mod that a monster has, it grants like 100% increased item rarity for rare monsters. Because of those 3 nodes, as soon as something has like even like 3 mods, you're oversaturating it to the point that the item rarity on your map doesn't do anything. Especially if you have a good enough amount of it on your gear. At that point, it's just easier to stack effectiveness. Because it's harder to oversaturate. Because there's less things that grant effectiveness. Which is all I was trying to say earlier about, like, whatever. Man, that's like the 5th one that I've gotten today that's like a utility belt, and it's like, just like, haha. You thought? Yeah, that map's done. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any testing if I'm farming in a group. It's not. Yeah, no problem, man. Yo, what's up, Dougie?
A speed. A useful trade.
Okay, got ready. Okay, let's see. Did I have a headhunter in here somewhere? I thought I did. Maybe I already sold the headhunter. Oh no, it's right here. God, those came down in price. Okay. I remember when these were 600 div.
I'm sure someone will want that. Can I help? I'll post it right away.
Let's see. 14 perfect exalts.
Sold it. All right, your order is registered. It's your lucky day.
Alright, there we go. I'm not hurting for Diz anymore.
Help? You've received a shipment.
Alright, before I start to the next map, I'm gonna get some water really quick though. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Alright. Let's see. Do I have any areas to open up with more Elder Sagas? Granted, I have a ton of Elder Sagas maps already. But... for the sake if I wanted to do more testing... Nah, I don't. Alright. Where am I headed here? Do this map really quick, knock it out.
Can I help?
Alright, back up to 400 div. With like 30 or something plus Elder Saga maps to run. Which will then probably get spent on more data collection and testing and shit for that. Granted, I'm pretty confident in everything at the moment. Like, I don't think I would change much on it. As far as, like, the predictive, like, figuring out the mirror drop rates and everything else goes, I don't think I would want to change too much. I think I'm pretty confident with the math on that one at the moment. A single, I did try to make it like a single seed state work, but like it doesn't. There's too many holes in a single seed state to make the math work to be able to like accurately predict what you would get in a single map. Oh my god. Stop going random directions, game. Please. I hate this map. No, this specific map on this layout is really annoying. Okay, here it is. Finally, I find the boss. Ding.
Can I help?
Okay, we're gonna buy 3 of these.
Alright, your order is registered.
I'm gonna buy a bunch of these. Okay, we're good. Man, the L plus 7 drops of spawn rate is literally like 5%. Okay. Yeah, so someone put a comment on one of the stream VODs that it's a single seed, but like the math doesn't work on a single seed. It doesn't explain mirror rarity unless every single rune has its own independent weighting, and so does every single recipe. But from a development standpoint, that just sounds like a lot more pain in the ass than it needed to be when you could literally just make it a multiple seed and it fixes that problem. Like the math literally, unless there's like each individual rune has its own weight, which there's nothing in like the mountain of data that we have at this point to suggest that. I don't think a single rune seed is
Another
possible.
step on the road less traveled.
Okay, there's no way for me to get both of these? Bruh. Whatever. Reroll this. I mean, at this point, as long as it has a guaranteed 2 to 3 grand expeditions, half the time I know I'm gonna make money. You're definitely gonna make money if you're in a group, so like it doesn't really make too much of a difference. And for you, like, so I mean, just go like, so yeah, I do. Another thing to remember with the 3 Elder Saga, with the 3 grand expedition setups, if you move your maps around and there's like a ton of movement in there and it's still only 3 grand expeditions, there's a very high likelihood that it's a duplicate of the same map. So hitting it there and running it isn't really going to have a negative effect anyways, because you're likely to have 4 there anyways, if that makes sense. Because of duplicates. Which is fine. Yeah, so I need to update that. I found a lot of new information. Waystone % drop chance. It looks like the map mods themselves. But tier 16 definitely has it. So the way it works is from basically like I've gotten like 5,000 sockets worth of data now. There's a weighting system. I'll bring it up on screen here in a second. On tier 6. Let me finish this map and I'll go over everything. I need to put out a new update video. I'm trying to like shrink the script for it here to a point where it's like not 3 pages long, you know. But if you just give me a minute, I will go over everything here on stream really quickly. Alright, so the whole original goal of this, like, testing was to figure out, like, basically what's better to run on tablets and maps for Grand Expedition, and then that's how this basically started. And then it was like, okay, you know what, from the data, I could probably build, like, a functioning probability calculator with enough data, and basically accurately predict how often you're gonna find something like a mirror, or something like that, right? Depending on, like, the Elder Saga affixes. So then it shifted from that to, from like, what's the best mods to that. And that just took a lot more, like, statistical data. Like, I had to build, like, a new custom logging sheet that basically logs everything from what map mods you're using, what Atlas Master you're using, what, the exact rune shape of everything. It marks every new remnant, and then logs it, and logs the entire contents of a remnant, and from there, I basically figured out that the recipes aren't spawned randomly. Okay, so a single seed system doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment. So if say there's only 1 rune and it's seeded, the only way that system would work is if it's heavily weighted. The much simpler and cleaner version of it, the way the current like data and the math would work, is it rolls anywhere from 1 to 4 the seeds on the rare recipes. Like the mirror has at the first 4 sockets has a chain that is only unique for the mirror for those first 4 sockets. So does the lock and a lot of the other ones here. So like the div family, we're just gonna call it a family for now. The div family is the same family that the boons are present in. So the 1 div, the 3 div, the 4 div, the 5 or whatever, and the 10. I think it's 1, 2, 3, and 10. Those are all in the same family as the boons. So that's also a multiple rune lock seed before, like, it has to have the same, like, 4 runes to hit. Whereas, and those are rarer than normal. So, like, the normal ones, right? They'd only take, like, 1. So, like, some of the Elder Saga recipes. Correct. You cannot roll, you shouldn't be able to roll the mirror on a div family set. So, like, the 10 socket, every mirror that I've seen, I've yet to see someone roll a 10 socket with a mirror in it. I think the mirror recipe exists in its own thing. It can't, like, ever roll unless there's something weird going on. But I have not seen one yet. The odds of that are like incredibly low. Here, so this is what I have working currently. Okay, so from here I can put in tier 16, right? I can put in, if it's using Jado and it calculates for lucky, I can put in how many remnants per map. So this is not including the rerolls, I don't believe, here. So it says 13% if you run 10 all plus 7 maps. The problem with this is all plus 7 has a 5% occurrence rate. So if you average 4 Elder Sagas per 4 maps per Elder Saga, right? All plus 7 at a 5% occurrence rate, because it affects the probability odds of it occurring in a single remnant. Like, I also have the chance per a single remnant, right? Chance per single remnant is 0.14% here on a mirror, on an all plus 7 map. So, but the odds of an all plus 7 map, current data shows it's about 5% of every map that you spawn. So let's say you open 100 Elder Saga maps, right? Let's say at 4. Minus 95%. 20 of those 100 Elder Saga maps, that's using 100 Elder Sagas, are going to be all plus 7. If you're lucky. Because it's not like, it could be 15, it could be 10. It's still RNG. But that's just the statistics that we have available right now. Like, it doesn't... But I don't have enough data on that to, like, say it. So let's say you spent 100 Elder Sagas at 40 divs a pop. You just spent, to get all those all plus 7 maps, at the same cost as you would have buying a mirror. Okay? That's a mirror basically right there, just in the sagas. That's not including tablets or anything else. So basically, by the time you find a mirror, reliably, it's going to take you, for a 90% chance to find a mirror on all plus 7, 162 of those maps. So, let's keep doing, like, you keep doing the math. By the time you hit 162 maps. So, 400 Elder Saga maps is 4,000 divs. To get 20, you need 8 times that. So, it would be 4,000 times 8. 32,000 divs worth of Elder Saga to see a 90% chance of getting a mirror on all plus 7 maps. Right? Now the statistics should get worse when you go to all plus 6. See? That turns it from a 1.6 to a 1.3. Because the way this works is, and I'm gonna go, and I'm spoiling my video right now. Let me see if I can make an empty sheet here and just copy paste everything. This is my logging sheet, but we're gonna make a new one here. Okay, so copy, paste. Okay, so this is the way the curve works right now. So there's a weighting curve at the moment for how, and this is the way the families work. Okay, so this is the way the curve works. So though it's weighted the way this way. So this is tier 16. What I noticed after like 4,100 sockets was that the average, if it was weighted equally, should be 5. If there's 10 possible socket rolls, the average should be 5. After 4K sockets, that means if the average isn't 5, and it's 4.5, that's not statistical noise or variance right there. That's an actual weighting system. So I mapped it out. So this is what the weighting system looks like, right? It's a little heavier at 4, 3, and at tier 16 it's heavier at 4, and then it just levels out towards 7 sockets, and then eventually peaches off at 10, making those the rarest. So this weighting system applies through the whole curve. Now, this is where it gets interesting. For every time you go up a socket, every recipe group has a family, right? Every time you go up a socket, so 3 sockets, there's 8 families. Okay, you go to 4 sockets, that's when that ends. So 8 of these families at 3 sockets completely are gone if you hit a 4 socket. That means by the time you hit 7 sockets, 130 of the total families, everything from here, is gone. It cannot possibly roll because those groupings never hit the 7 socket state. Okay? So why is this important? The reason this is important is because it tells us that the Elder Sagas aren't a rarity scaler. They are a filter. They filter out, so if you're on an all plus 7 map, for example, anything that any recipe grouping that does not have an all plus 7 state, it can never roll. So, what can you roll? The 29 all 7 sockets, the 28 sockets, and the 11 9 socket families. Okay? And then there's the 110 socket family. That's what can still roll. So as soon as you basically eliminate over half the pool, because there's only 190 total families here. So with that, it basically let me then calculate everything I would need for this. I tried it with a 1 seed model. It doesn't make sense. The math doesn't work on a 1 seed model, because if we go over here and this is actually a logging sheet. Okay, look at the mirror recipe. Here. You see how it has the power, opulent, time, and oath in the first 4 sockets? There is not a single recipe in the game that has this combo in the first 4 sockets. Not one. This is the only recipe that exists currently in the game with this combo. The lock is the exact same way. See, opulent, power, ward, rebirth. Nothing has this in the first 4 slots. So what's this point us to? That it's not using a weighting system. It's using the seed system is the weighting system. If that makes sense. So that's why, like, some recipes have, like, 2 seed states. The div recipe, here, let's look at the div family really quick, okay? Let me type in... Okay. You don't get what I mean by weights. Well, they're not less likely to be encountered because of that. How do I explain it? Basically, there isn't so much. It's not a weight system. The only thing that's weighted is the actual socket roll. So it rolls for socket depth. So it says it. So when you load into a map, it rolls all the remnants. We'll just say when it loads in or opens the map, and it decides whether those are going to be 3 to 7 sockets, right? Depending on what the socket roll, then it eliminates all the families that are ineligible for that socket state. If that makes sense? Are you following? So the thing that happens with that is when you have all of those families in that extra socket, eliminates all those families, it basically makes it so that is the weighting system. So, like, if you look at this, here, let's see, 1 div, 3 div. Okay, see how every single thing in the div family has that death, soul, power, life combination, but then when you get to the Elder Saga state, it's completely different. That's because the Elder Saga is it's just the 10 socket variant. This doesn't need to match. There is a multiple recipe groups that the ultimate socket state. It doesn't match the lower states, but those lower states have to be hit first, right? So the way it works is it rolls the sockets, then it rolls for the seed groups through 1 through 4. And depending on how many of those hits, so say it like, we'll look at the Alder's Legacy here. Or Alder's Saga here. So say that seed state roll only hits for, say, here. So you see this one, this is the Alder Saga right here, right? Now, okay, this is incorrect then. I need to change this because there is an Alder Saga family. I know there is. Okay, let me go pull up a sheet here. Okay, here, we'll just pull this one up. Seriously? There is not a single Alder Saga on this sheet? Okay. Is this sheet 2? Let me check this sheet. There it is. Okay, so basically, okay, let's look at this setup. So, the Alder Saga's thing here, right? One setup is Cadogan's, Astrid's, and Alder Saga, okay? So, if we look at this here, all 3 of them have the Wisdom Rune in the first slot. Does this make sense? So so that tells it the first socket is the Wisdom Rune seed right here, right? That's for Alder Saga. The other Alder Saga setup, and there is 2. Okay, do I have it here? No, not that one. There is 2 different setups here. Not that one. Okay, I need a different logger sheet that actually has everything. Okay, where is the big sheet that I did like 1,000 entries on? Like, which Google account is that under? This would have been, it would have been this day. Right? Let me see. Yeah, it should be here. Unless I didn't see that one that day. And there's so much on here that's laggy as hell. Okay, so here it is. There's the big Relog Saga line, and there is the 3-item Alder Saga. So there's 2. Okay, so yeah. So basically there's 2 separate Alder Saga ones. There might be a room wait. I'd have to check the math for that still. Like, I haven't checked it. Like, but honestly, I need more data. Like, that's the biggest thing. I need to double the data sample size, because right now there's still... There's still, like, statistical noise on the actual socket testing, so, like, I'm not fully confident on it right yet. Now I need to get more data, so it could just be that there's, like, 1 seed state, and it's just a weighted roll, right? But the data doesn't really fit that at the moment, so, like, until I get, like, I double or get, like, 2,000 to 3,000 remnants tracked on, like, Alder Saga maps, non-Alder Saga maps... Okay. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm gonna put out a... Yeah, you can re-roll into any family, right? It's just like you're the same it's just you're not gonna re-roll the, you're not gonna re-roll on a all+5 map into a family that only spawns on, like, 4 sockets, right? Or ends at the 4 socket state. That's the problem. So... right now, what I need to do is I need to completely eliminate the possibility that there is any kind of rune weighting, because that would change everything. Right here, anyways, this is the master sheet. So this is what everything works like, right? So say I'm working on the autofill script. It's a little buggy still here. TinDiv is supposed to then autofill it for everything, but it takes freaking forever. Okay, so see there's 10 divs. I type in, say, Alder's Saga. Okay, that's a fuck up then on the script. Okay. But yeah, so basically the way this works is that you just tell it, like, how many map mods you have, how many tablets you have for +2 map mods. You go over here and you tell it what you're running on your Atlas Master. You tell it basically everything. And then there is the... this doesn't need to be here, there. And then there's the export tab right here. And then it logs everything you found on this export tab with all of its settings. It even tracks Ultra Saga fixes. So basically this lets me fairly quickly go through and log everything that I would need to do. As far as like figuring out rune weights. But at the moment I only have 1,000 remnants tracked. I need like 2,000 or 3,000 before I'm comfortable saying, oh, this is the system that is 100% using. But yeah, for the most part, that'll be the next few days. That's why I was farming divs today, was so I could get enough Elder Saga maps opened up and ready to go, to basically, hopefully, once I get the bugs worked out of the autofill script, to then just run through and quickly log everything. Because at the moment it takes way too long to log everything. Every remnant, I have to type it in manually. It takes me like almost 20 to 30 minutes a map. So I'm only able to get to through 10 maps at the moment. But once I get through enough, once I get the logging script done, it'll be much better. But yeah, that's basically the goal at the moment. Is I would like, once I get it to 1,000, because since it's only at 1,000 sample size, once I can get that up to 2,000, 3,000, I'll be able to then determine if it's a single seed that's weighted off a single rune, or if there is a multiple seed socket state here. And I don't even need to really track what the rune is off that point, right? You know, but once that's done, I should be able to effectively determine exactly what the mirror drop rate is at the moment. Because if it looks at there's some sort of rune seed weighting, all I have to then is just go update the calculator. Right now, I'm pretty confident that it's somewhat accurate, but more data would basically just make it to the where it's almost exact. I would say it's within a 10% margin of error right now, based off what I know from the current data. But if I can get that to a 1%, that would be amazing. But for that, I would need 2 to 3 times the amount of current data that I have, and for that, it can't take me a day to go through, say, 12 minutes per map. I did 400 in a day was the max that I've ever gotten done at 12 minutes a map on average, so 40 maps worth. I need to be able to get through twice that in that amount of time to make it at least efficient. Honestly, as soon as I get the bugs worked out of the autofill script, not really. As soon as I get the bugs worked out of the autofill script, it'll basically take, like, I should be able to do a map in, like, 10 minutes. At the moment, it's just the autofill script is really buggy. It works sometimes, and then other times it decides it's not going to work. Alright. Oh yeah, I have more Elder Saga maps over here that I need to path to, too. Jeez. Party play is the way to go if you want a ton of divs very quickly. If your builds can handle it. Because stuff starts getting to where it has, like, ridiculously high amounts of HP. You're talking, like, hundreds of millions of HP. So, like, if your build can handle party play, I think it's the way to go. If your build can't handle party play, then yeah, it's not great. Oh yeah, because your GE, you're gonna make money no matter what. It's profitable, but it still does matter. Like, it is a noticeable difference based off loot. Like, the current testing, like, I know effectiveness for sure works, at least for the XP gains. I don't know about anything else. Like, if it works on the loot. Yeah, GE is profitable no matter what. I got really lucky on mine. Yeah, I don't know if it's counted as like one of the support lineage gems where like map waystone percent has an effect on it. You're gonna go, yeah, that's all good, man. I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be here basically all day again. Yeah, I'm hoping by tomorrow I get the autofill script fixed and it's working on copies like without bugs and it doesn't take 3 years to do it, and then Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Alright, so let me see if... I mean, I might have enough data there. I mean, there's 1,000 remnants of data there. I can go through it and look for socket weights. Okay, so yeah, I don't think it has a room weight system. I mean, it might. I mean, it's really hard to rule that out without, like, tripling the data size here. Okay, I'm gonna see if everything... if I can get this working really quickly here. So let's not do it on the main sheet. Okay. Actually, wait. I think that the family database is screwed up. How many of these did I can't count twice is the question. Hmm. That shouldn't be its own family. That should be in this one. So that's screwed up. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Again, the divine is again like how many of these are like? Okay, that is fucked up. Okay, so yeah, this is actually gonna. I'm gonna have to go through this one line by line and fix it. Like that one is its own family. That one does spawn alone. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. That's doubled up. I think. No, okay, cat. Actually, no, that's fine. Catigans is fine. This is its own. That's fine. That's fine. It can occur. That's fine. That also can occur on its own. Looks like there's a handful of like double and like right here, the div again, but the div is also in this, so it's like triple counting divs right now. That's the problem. Yeah, this needs this. Like, I need to fix this later. That's why the autofill's not working. Is like it's like bugging it out. Okay, so is there anywhere else I need to path to really quick to like get to like Chains of Elder Saga maps here? Pretty sure 90% of these are Elder Saga over here. Yeah. Bro, I have so many Elder Saga maps that I need to run. Let's open up more. What I need is all plus 7s. Like that's what I'm missing data on right now is like all plus 7s. I don't have enough data on it. 1x8, and I don't have any data for 1x9. Somewhere I have a moor, like, somewhere I have, like, 3 moors sitting there, too. Don't ask me where they're at, because I have no clue. Alright. Aeon, I'm probably going to go back to doing some data testing. Just to increase the sample size here in a few minutes. So I'll probably drop from group and go get back to doing that, because I would like to get to, like, I really want to get everything done tonight, as far as like getting enough data set up. Which means I'm not even gonna bother with the script. I'll just like go from here. I mean, it's not. I mean, it works on some things. It's just other things it's just completely bugged on. So on that note, I need this minimized here. And do I want to run Jado? No, let's do Dory. For now. Alright, that way I can just save on well, that way I don't have to use tablets or anything like that. It just makes it easier. Okay. I'm gonna have to buy maps soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, 8. There's 8 there. That should be enough to get me, like, everything done. And this is all plus 6.
Another step on the road.
I mean, it worked there. Okay. See, it's the, like, sometimes it works and other times it's just like, oh, that doesn't exist. So I think it just, there's just bugs in the script. You gotta be kidding me. What was that? Okay, I'm not even gonna count that one then. Great, I have to type everything manually. This fucking sucks. Okay, so that is pissing me off. Okay, so now if I type in okay, yeah, this script is not even working. And half the time this freaking page doesn't work, so I can't even go and disable it. Great. Okay. Thanks, game. Or Google. Oh, fuck. I'm actually doing this on the actual, like, main sheet here. Yeah, this map is done. Okay. Clear. Yes. I think what the script is screwing up, it's reading the alias line and not the actual recipe line, and then it can't figure out where it's supposed to be, like, reading out it off of. So unless I typed in the actual recipe line... then the script is not working. Okay. Great. Okay, so I don't think I'm gonna have time to do any, like, extra data shit tonight on stream. I need to go fix the script, so I'm just gonna kill this map and start over. And then go work on that. So, on that note, I might just call it here. Because I want to get the video out here at least. I was hoping to get it done tonight, but, like... I want to eliminate any kind of room waiting. And I need more data to do that. Here. Yeah, so I might just call it for the night, guys. I will catch everyone tomorrow, and, yeah, we'll go from there. Hopefully, I'm hoping I will be able to get that fixed, and then it'll work, and then I can, just get everything done within, like, a couple hours of stream starting, and then after stream tomorrow, I'll get the video put together for it, and go over everything with everyone. But, yeah, so I would like to double up the data size, at least 2,000 remnants tracked, you know? Alright, so anyways, on that note, guys, have a great rest of your guys' evening. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. It was fun.